All right, welcome back to Helpology. The next live stream, this live stream is going to be the second book of 87 in the Sefer. That's the book of Exodus. You search on YouTube for Helpology, then you go to the Helpology channel, scroll down to the playlists. 1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, and then 1 of 87, 2 of 87. So we start at 2 of 87. And this is going to be the book of Exodus. Hallelujah. And then you just hit play all, baby. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What?
Shemot, Exodus 1. Now, these are the names of the children of Yasharel, which came into Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Et Yaakov, Reuven, Shimon, Levi, and Yehuda, Yishakar, Zebulun, and Binyamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, and all the souls that came out of the loins of Yaakov were 70 souls. For Yosef was in Mitzrayim already, and Yosef died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Yasharel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Mitzrayim, which knew not at Yosef. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Yasharel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it come to pass that when there falls out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us. And so get them up out of the land. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities at Pitom and at Ra'anetech. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the children of Yasharel. And the Mitzrayim made at the children of Yasharel to serve with rigor. And they made at their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. At all their service, wherein they made them serve, was with rigor. And the king of Mitzrayim spoke to the Ivri midwives, of which the name of the one was Sithara, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, When ye do the office of a midwife to at the Irith women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
We're back.
But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
I got my inhaler.
But the midwives feared at Elohim, and did not as the king of Mitzrayim commanded them, but saved at the men children alive. And the king of Mitzrayim called for the midwives and said unto them, Why have ye done this thing, and have saved at the men children alive?
Get me a pack of cigarettes.
And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, Because the Irith women are not as the Mitzri women.
I'll need the money when you
for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared at Elohim, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river,
Want some
and every daughter ye shall save alive.
Want some Newports?
Yeah.
Shemot, Exodus 2. And there went a man of the house of Levi,
I can't hear you.
and took to be his woman a daughter of Levi.
It's Friday
And the woman
then.
conceived
It's Saturday,
and bore a
Sunday.
son.
What?
And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes.
Okay, what'd you say?
And daubed it
2
with
packs.
slime and
I'll
with
pay you
You
back.
gotta
pitch.
pay me back.
And
Yeah.
put at the child
I
therein.
need the
days.
money. Yeah.
And she laid it in the flags by the
let's
river's brink.
go.
All right.
And his sister stood afar off, to wit
I'm
what would be
sweating.
done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river. And her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw at the ark among the flags, she sent at her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw at the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, this is one of the Ivrim children, Ivrim children. And then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call to you a nurse of the Ivrith women, that she may nurse at the child for you? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And the maid went and called at the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, take at this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give you at your wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said, because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens. And he spied a Mitzri, smiting an Ivri, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no man, he slew at the Mitzri, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Ivrim strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, wherefore smite you your fellow? And he said, who made you a prince and a judge over us? And intend you to kill me as you killed at the Mitzri? And Moshe feared and said, surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard at this thing, he sought to slay at Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled at the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moshe stood up and helped them, and watered at their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, how is it that ye are come so soon today? And they said, a Mitzri delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered at the flock. And he said unto his daughters, and where is he? Why is it that ye have left at the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moshe was content to dwell with Et the man, and he gave Moshe Et Zipporah, his daughter. And she bore him a son, and he called Et his name Gershom. For he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Mitzrayim died, and the children of Yashael sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried, and their cry came up unto Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard at their groaning, and Elohim remembered at his covenant with Et Avraham, with Et Yitzchak, and with Et Yaakov. And Elohim looked upon Et the children of Yashael, and Elohim had respect unto them. Shemot, Exodus 3. Now Moshe kept Et the flock of Yitro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led Et the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of Elohim, even to Chorev. And the angel of Yahuwah appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a thorn bush. And he looked, and behold, the thorn bush burned with fire, and the thorn bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, I will now turn aside and see at this great sight why the thorn bush is not burnt. And when Yahuwah saw that he turned aside to see, Elohim called unto him out of the midst of the thorn bush and said, Moshe, Moshe. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Draw not nigh hither, put off your shoes from off your feet. For the place whereon ye stand, rather, whereon you stand, is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the Elohim of your father, the Elohim of Avraham, the Elohim of Yitzchak, and the Elohim of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahuwah said, I have surely seen at the affliction of my people, which are in Mitzrayim, and have heard at their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know at their sorrows. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Kinaim, and the Chittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Chivim, and the Yevusim. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Yasarel is come unto me. And I have also seen at the oppression wherewith the Mitzrayim oppress them. Come now, therefore, and I will send you unto Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people at the children of Yasarel out of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said unto Elohim, Who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth at the children of Yasharel out of Mitzrayim? And he said, Certainly I will be with you, and this shall be a sign unto you, that I have sent you. When you have brought forth at the people out of Mitzrayim, ye shall serve at Elohim upon this mountain. And Moshe said unto Elohim, Behold, when I come unto the children of Yasharel, and shall say unto them, The Elohim of your fathers has sent me unto you. And they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And Elohim said unto El Moshe, Eah, Asher Eah. And he said, Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Ehyah has sent me unto you. And Elohai said moreover unto El Moshe, Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzchak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my mention unto all generations. Go and gather at the elders of Yasharel together, and say unto them, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, of Yitzchak, and of Yaakov, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen at that which is done to you in Mitzrayim. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Mitzrayim, unto the land of the Canaanim, and the Chittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken to your voice, and you shall come, you and the elders of Yasharel, unto the king of Mitzrayim. And you shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ivrim has met with us, and now let us go, we beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahuwah Eloheinu. And I am sure that the king of Mitzrayim will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out at my hand and smite at Mitzrayim with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give at his people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. And it shall come to pass that when you go, ye shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourns in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons, and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil at the Mitzrayim. Shemot, Exodus 4. And Moshe answered and said, But behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, Yahuwah has not appeared unto you. And Yahuwah said unto him, What is that in your hand? And he said, A rod. And he said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from before it. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Put forth your hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. That they may believe that Yahuwah Elohai of their fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzchak, and the Elohai of Yaakov has appeared unto you. And Yahuwah said furthermore unto him, Put now your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, Put your hand into your bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto your voice, that ye shall take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land. And the water which you take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moshe said unto HalleluYAH, O my Adonai, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore nor since you have spoken unto your servant, but I am slow of speech, and of a slow tongue. And Yahuwah said unto him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes the dumb, or the deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, Yahuwah? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you shall say. And he said, O my Adonai, send, I pray you, by the hand of him whom you will send. And the anger of Yahuwah was kindled against Moshe, and he said, Is not Aharon the Levi your brother? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he comes forth to meet you. And when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak unto him, and put at the words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you at what ye shall do. And he shall be your spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to you, instead of a mouth. You shall be to him instead of Elohim. And you shall take at this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do at signs. And Moshe went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren, which are in Mitzrayim, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moshe, Go in peace. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe in Midian, Go, return into Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead which sought at your life. And Moshe took at his woman and at his sons, and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took at the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, When you go to return into Mitzrayim, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in your hand. But I will harden at his heart, that he shall not let at the people go. And ye shall say unto Pharaoh, Thus says Yahuwah, Yasharel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto you, Let at my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay at your son, even your firstborn. And it came to pass by the way in the inn that Yahuwah met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off at the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet and said, Surely a bloody man are you to me. So he let him go. Then she said, A bloody man you are, because of the circumcision. And Yahuwah said to El-Ahran, Go into the wilderness to meet Moshe. And he went and met him in the mount of Elohim and kissed him. Moshe told Aaron at all the words of Yahuwah, who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe and Aaron went and gathered together at all the elders of the children of Yasharel. And Aaron spoke at all the words which Yahuwah had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that Yahuwah had visited at the children of Yasharel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Shemot, Exodus 5. And afterward Moshe and Aharon went in and told Pharaoh, Thus says Yahuwah, Elohai of Yasharel, Let my people go, that they may hold at a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, Who is Yahuwah, that I should obey his voice, to let et Yasharel go? I know not et Yahuwah, neither will I let et Yasharel go. And they said, The Elohim of the Ivrim has met with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Yahuwah Eloheinu, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. And the king of Mitzrayim said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aharon, let at the people from their works? Get you unto your burdens. And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day at the taskmasters of the people and at their officers, saying, Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And at the tail of the bricks, which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. And therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim. Let there be more work. Rather, let there more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying, Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where ye can find it. Yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Mitzrayim to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Yasharel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick, both yesterday and today, as heretofore? And then the officers of the children of Yasharel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore deal you thus with your servants? There is no straw given unto your servants, and they say to us, Make brick. And behold, your servants are beaten, but the fault is in your own people. But he said, Ye are idle. Ye are idle. Therefore ye say, let us go and do sacrifice to Yahuwah. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks. And the officers of the children of Yasarel did see that they were in evil case, after it was said, ye shall not minish aught from your bricks of your daily task. And they met at Moshe and at Aaron, who stood in the way as they came from Pharaoh. And they said unto them, Yahuwah, look upon you and judge, because ye have made at our savor to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand, to slay us. And Moshe returned unto Yahuwah, and said, Adonai, wherefore have you so evil entreated this people? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people. Neither have you delivered your people at all. Shemot, Exodus 6. Then Yahuwah said unto Moshe, now shall you see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And Elohim spoke unto Moshe, and said unto him, I am Yahuwah, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov, by El Shaddai, but by my name Yahuwah was I not known to them. And I have also established at my covenant with them, to give them at the land of Canaan, at the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard at the groaning of the children of Yasharel, whom the Mitzrayim keep in bondage, and I have remembered at my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Yasharel, I am Yahuwah, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with great judgments. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you Elohim. And ye shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohechem, which brings you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim. And I will bring you in unto the land, concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov. And I will give it you for a heritage. I am Yahuwah. And Moshe spoke so unto the children of Yasharel. But they hearkened not unto Moshe for anguish of the Ruach and for cruel bondage. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, that he let at the children of Yasharel go out of his land. And Moshe spoke before Yahuwah, saying, Behold, the children of Yasharel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe and unto Aharon, and gave them a charge unto at the children of Yasharel,
and unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuven, the firstborn of Yasharel, Hanok and Palu, Chetzron and Carmi. These be the families of Reuven. And the sons of Shimon, Yemuel and Yamin, and Ohad, and Yakin, and Sokar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. These are the families of Shimon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations: Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Livni, and Shimi, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Yitshar, and Chevron, and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Machli, and Mushi. These are the families of Levi, according to their generations. And Amram took at Yocheved, his father's sister, to be his woman. And she bore him at Aharon and at Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Yitshar, Korach, and Nepheg, and Zikri. And the sons of Uziel, Mishael, and Elitzaphan, and Chithri. And Aharon took him at Elisheva, daughter of Aminadav, sister of Nachshon, to be his woman. And she bore him at Nadav, and at Avihu, at Eleazar, and at Ithamar. And the sons of Korach, Asir, and Elkanah, and Avi Asaph. These are the families of the Korichi. And Eleazar, Aharon's son, took him one of the daughters of Putiel to be his woman. And she bore him at Pinesak. These are the heads of the fathers of the Leviim, according to their families. These are that Aharon and Moshe, to whom Yahuwah said, bring out at the children of Yasharel from the land of Mitzrayim, according to their armies. These are they which spoke to Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring out at the children of Yasharel from Mitzrayim. These are that Moshe and Aharon. And it came to pass on the day when Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim, that Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, I am Yahuwah. Speak you unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, at all that I say unto you. And Moshe said before Yahuwah, behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me?
Shemot, Exodus 7. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, see, I have made you an Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aharon, your brother, shall be your prophet. You shall speak at all that I command you, and Aharon, your brother, shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send at the children of Yasharel out of his land. And I will harden at Pharaoh's heart, and multiply at my signs and at my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay at my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring forth at my armies, and at my people, the children of Yasharel, out of the land of Mitzrayim, by great judgments. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I stretch forth at my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring out at the children of Yasharel from among them. And Moshe and Aharon did as Yahuwah commanded them, so did they. And Moshe was 80 years old, and Aharon 83 years old, when they spoke unto Pharaoh. And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, show a miracle for you, then you shall say unto El Aharon, take at your rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moshe and Aharon went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as Yahuwah had commanded. And Aharon cast down at his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Mitzrayim. They also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aharon's rod swallowed up at their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Yahuwah had said. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goes out unto the water, and you shall stand by the river's brink, against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shall you take in your hand. And you shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ivrim has sent me unto you, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto you would not hear. Thus says Yahuwah, in this you shall know that I am Yahuwah. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Mitzrayim shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, say unto Aharon, take your rod, and stretch out your hand upon the waters of Mitzrayim, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moshe and Aharon did so as Yahuwah commanded. And he lifted up the rod and smote at the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Mitzrayim could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians of Mitzrayim did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as Yahuwah had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Mitzrayim dug round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Yahuwah had smitten at the river. Shemot, Exodus 8. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, Go unto Pharaoh and say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah, let my people go, that they may serve me. And if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite at all your borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed, and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into your ovens, and into your kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on you, and upon your people, and upon all your servants. And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe, Say unto El Aharon, Stretch forth at your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause at the frogs to come up upon the land of Mitzrayim. And Haran stretched out at his hand over the waters of Mitzrayim. The frogs came up and covered at the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up at the frogs upon the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon, and said, Entreat El Yahuwah, that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people. And I will let at the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Yahuwah. And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me. When shall I entreat for you, and for your servants, and for your people, to destroy the frogs from you and your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, Be it according to your word, that you may know that there is none like unto Yahuwah, Eloheinu. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moshe and Aharon went out from Pharaoh, and Moshe cried unto El Yahuwah, because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Yahuwah did according to the word of Moshe. And the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened at his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as Yahuwah had said. And Yahuwah said unto El Moshe, Say unto El Aharon, Stretch out at your rod, and smite at the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And they did so, for Aharon stretched out at his hand with his rod, and smote at the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man, and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth at the lice, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beast. And then the magicians said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahuwah had said. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he comes forth to the water, and say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon you, and upon your servants, and upon your people, and into your houses. And the houses of the Mitzrayim shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am Yahuwah in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And Yahuwah did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Mitzrayim. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and for Aharon, and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land. And Moshe said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice at the abomination of the Mitzrayim to Yahuwah Eloheinu. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim before their eyes, and will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to Yahuwah Eloheinu, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to Yahuwah Elohei in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. And Moshe said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat Yahuwah, that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more in not letting the people go to sacrifice to Yahuwah. And Moshe went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahuwah. And Yahuwah did according to the word of Moshe. And he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened at his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Shemot, Exodus 9. Then Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ivrim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahuwah is upon your cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen and upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous pestilence. And Yahuwah shall sever between the cattle of Yasharel and the cattle of Mitzrayim. And there shall nothing die of all that is the children of Yasharel. And Yahuwah appointed a set time, saying, tomorrow Yahuwah shall do this thing in the land. And Yahuwah did at that thing in the morrow, and all the cattle of Mitzrayim died. But of the cattle of the children of Yasharel died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of Yasharel dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let at the people go. And Yahuwah said unto El Moshe and unto El Haran, take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it toward the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Mitzrayim, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moshe sprinkled it up toward the heavens, and it became a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the boils. For the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Mitzrayim. And Yahuwah hardened at the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahuwah had spoken unto El Moshe. And Yahuwah said unto El Moshe, rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, thus says Yahuwah, Elohai of the Ivrim, let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send out all my plagues upon your heart, and upon your servants, and upon your people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out at my hand, that I may smite you and at your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed, for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exalt you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Mitzrayim since the foundation thereof, even until now. Send therefore now and gather at your cattle and at all that you have in the field. For upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. He that feared the word of Yahuwah among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Yahuwah left at his servants and at his cattle in the field. And Yahuwah said unto El Moshe, stretch forth at your hand toward the heavens, that there may be hail in all the land of Mitzrayim, upon man, and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe stretched forth at his rod toward the heavens, and Yahuwah sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground. And Yahuwah rained hail upon the land of Mitzrayim. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Mitzrayim, since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Excuse me. At all that was in the field, both man and beast, and the hail smote at every herb of the field, and broke at every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Yasharel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called to Moshe and Aharon, and said unto them, I have sinned this time. Yahuwah is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat El Yahuwah, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad at my hands unto El Yahuwah, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how that the earth is Yahuwah's. But as for you and your servants, I know that ye will not yet fear Yahuwah Elohim. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moshe went out at the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto El Yahuwah. And the thunders and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Yasharel go, as Yahuwah had spoken by Moshe. Shemot, Exodus 10. And Yahuwah said unto El Moshe, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened at his heart, and at the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that you may tell in the ears of your son, and of your son's son, at what things I have wrought in Mitzrayim, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how that I am Yahuwah. And Moshe and Aharon came in unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ivrim, How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow will I bring the locusts into your coast. They shall cover at the face of the earth that one cannot be able to see at the earth, and they shall eat at the remnant of that which is escaped, which remains unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which grows for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Mitzrayim, which neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth, unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let at the men go, that they may serve at Yahuwah Elohim. Elohim. Rather, Elohim. Know you not yet that Mitzrayim is destroyed? And Et Moshe and Et Aharon were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go, serve at Yahuwah Elohim. But who are they that shall go? And Moshe said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters. With our flocks and with our herds will we go, for we must hold a feast unto Yahuwah. And he said unto them, Let Yahuwah be so with you, as I will let you go, and at your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve at Yahuwah. For that ye did desire, and they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Stretch out your hand over the land of Mitzrayim for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Mitzrayim, and eat at every herb of the land, at even all that the hail has left. And Moshe stretched forth at his rod over the land of Mitzrayim, and Yahuwah brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Mitzrayim, and rested in all the coasts of Mitzrayim. Very grievous were they. Before them there was no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered at the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. They did eat at every herb of the land, and at all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the trees or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon in haste, and he said, I have sinned against Yahuwah Elohim and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray you, my sin only this once, and entreat Yahuwah Elohim, that he may take away from me at this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahuwah. And Yahuwah turned a mighty strong wind west, rather strong west wind, which took away at the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Mitzrayim. But Yahuwah hardened at Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let at the children of Yasharel go. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Stretch out your hand toward the heavens, that there may be darkness over the land of Mitzrayim, even darkness which may be felt. And Moshe stretched forth at his hand toward the heavens, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Mitzrayim 3 days. They saw not at one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Yasharel had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moshe and said, Go ye, serve at Yahuwah, only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. And Moshe said, You must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahuwah Eloheinu. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not be a hoof be left. Rather, there shall not a hoof be left behind. For thereof must we take to serve at Yahuwah Eloheinu. And we know not with what we must serve at Yahuwah until we come thither. But Yahuwah hardened at Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get you from me, take heed to yourself, see my face no more. For in that day you see my face, you shall die. And Moshe said, You have spoken well. I will see your face again no more. Shemot, Exodus 11. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Mitzrayim. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And Yahuwah gave the people at favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. Moreover, the man Moshe was very great in the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moshe said, Thus says Yahuwah, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Mitzrayim, and all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sits upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Yasharel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that Yahuwah puts a difference between the Mitzrayim and Yasharel. And all these your servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get you out, and all the people that follow you, and after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe and Aharon did at all these wonders before Pharaoh, and Yahuwah hardened at Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let at the children of Yasharel go out of his land. Shemot, Exodus 12. And Yahuwah spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon in the land of Mitzrayim, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the assembly of Yasharel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole multitude of the assembly of Yasharel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper doorpost of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat at the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and matzah with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remains of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahuwah's pikach. For I will pass through the land of Mitzrayim this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both man and beast, and against all the Elahai of Mitzrayim I will execute judgment. I am Yahuwah. And the blood shall be to you for a mark upon the houses where ye are. And when I see at the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Mitzrayim. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahuwah throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat matzah. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eats chametz from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel. And in the first day there shall be a holy assembly, and in the 7th day there shall be a holy assembly to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. And ye shall guard at the feast of matzah, for in this selfsame day have I brought at your armies out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at evening, ye shall eat matzah until the 21st day of the month at evening. 7 days shall there be no chametz found in your houses. For whosoever eats that which is with chametz, even that soul shall be cut off from the assembly of Yasharel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing with chametz. In all your habitations shall ye eat matzah. Then Moshe called for all the elders of Yasharel and said unto them, Draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the peacock. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahuwah will pass through to smite at the Mitzrayim. And when he sees at the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, Yahuwah will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. And ye shall guard at this thing for an ordinance to you and to your sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye are come to the land which Yahuwah will give you, according as he has promised, that ye shall guard at this service. And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service? That ye shall say, It is the sacrifice of Yahuwah's peacock, who passed over the houses of the children of Yasharel in Mitzrayim, when he smote at the Mitzrayim, and had delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Yasharel went away and did as Yahuwah had commanded at Moshe and Aharon. So did they. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahuwah smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Mitzrayim. And there was a great cry in Mitzrayim, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moshe and Aharon by night and said, Rise up, get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Yasharel, and go, serve at Yahuwah, as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone. And bless me also. And the Mitzrayim were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, We be all dead men. And the people took at their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Yasharel did according to the word of Moshe. And they borrowed of the Mitzrayim jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahuwah gave the people at favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled at the Mitzrayim. And the children of Yasharel journeyed from Ra'amek to Kukoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men, beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked matzah cakes of et, the dough which they brought forth out of Mitzrayim, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Mitzrayim and could not tarry. Neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. Now, the sojourning of the children of Yasharel, who dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, they and their fathers, was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of Yahuwah went out from the land of Mitzrayim. It is a night to be much observed unto Yahuwah, for bringing them out from the land of Mitzrayim. This is that night of Yahuwah, to be observed of all the children of Yasharel in their generations. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe and Aharon, this is the ordinance of the Pikak. There shall no stranger eat thereof. But every man's servant that is brought for money, when you have circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the assembly of Yasharel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you, and will keep the Pekach to Yahuwah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. 1 Torah shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourns among you. Thus did all the children of Yasharel, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe and at Aharon, so did they. And it came to pass the selfsame day that Yahuwah did bring at the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim by their armies. Shemot, Exodus 13. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opens the womb among the children of Yasharel, both of man and of beast. It is mine. And Moshe said unto the people, remember at this day in which ye came out from Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand Yahuwah brought you out from this place. There shall no chametz be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Aviv. And it shall be when Yahuwah shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim and the Chittim and the Emarim and the Chivim and the Yavuchim, which he swore unto your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep at this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat matzah, and in the 7th day shall be a feast to Yahuwah. Matzah shall be eaten at 7 days, and there shall no chametz be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And you shall show your son in that day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahuwah did unto me when I came forth out of Mitzrayim. And it shall be for a sign unto you upon your hand, and for a memorial between your eyes, that Yahuwah's Torah may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand has Yahuwah brought you out of Mitzrayim. You shall therefore guard at this ordinance in his appointed time, from year to year. And it shall be when Yahuwah shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, as he swore unto you and to your fathers, and shall give it you, that you shall set apart unto Yahuwah all that open the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which you have. The males shall be Yahuwah's, and every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. And it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is this? That you shall say unto him, by strength of hand Yahuwah brought us out from Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahuwah slew all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahuwah all that opens the womb, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a mark upon your hand, and for frontlets between your eyes, for by strength of hand Yahuwah brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let at the people go, that Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Parashittim, although that was near. For Elohim said, lest perchance the people repent when they see war, and they return to Mitzrayim. But Elohim led at the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea, and the children of Yashara'el went up harnessed out of the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took at the bones of Yosef with him, for he had straitly sworn at the children of Yashara'el, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up at my bones away hence with you. And they took their journey from Kukoth, and encamped in Etam, in the edge of the wilderness. And Yahuwah went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people. Shemot, Exodus 14. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Yashara'el, that they turn and encamp before Pi-hachiroth, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal-Zephon, before it shall ye encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Yashara'el, they are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden at Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them, and I will be honored upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, that the Mitzrayim may know that I am Yahuwah. And they did so. And it was told the king of Mitzrayim that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was turned against the people, and they said, why have we done this, that we have let at Yashara'el go from serving us? And he made ready at his chariot, and took at his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, and captains over every one of them. And Yahuwah hardened at the heart of Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, and he pursued after the children of Yashara'el. And the children of Yashara'el went out with a high hand. But the Mitzrayim pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them, encamping by the sea, beside Pi-hachiroth, before Baal-Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Yashara'el lifted up at their eyes, and behold, the Mitzrayim marched after them, and they were sore afraid. And the children of Yashara'el cried out unto Yahuwah, and they said unto Moshe, because there were no graves in Mitzrayim, have you taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore have you dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Mitzrayim? Is not this the word that we did tell you in Mitzrayim, saying, let us alone, that we may serve at the Mitzrayim? For it had been better for us to serve at the Mitzrayim than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moshe said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still, and see at the Yeshua of Yahuwah, which he will show to you today. For at the Mitzrayim whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Yahuwah shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, wherefore cry you unto me? Speak unto the children of Yashara'el, that they go forward, but lift up at your rod, and stretch out at your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Yashara'el shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I, behold, I will harden at the hearts of the Mitzrayim, and they shall follow them. And I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the angel of Elohim, which went before the camp of Yashara'el, removed and went behind them, and the pillar of the cloud went from before their face, and stood behind them. And it came between the camp of the Mitzrayim and the camp of Yashara'el. And it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all the night. And Moshe stretched out at his hand over the sea, and Yahuwah caused at the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made at the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Yashara'el went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Mitzrayim pursued and went in after them to the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch Yahuwah looked unto the host of the Mitzrayim through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled at the host of the Mitzrayim, and took off at their chariot wheels, that they drove them heavily, so that the Mitzrayim said, Let us flee from the face of Yashara'el, for Yahuwah fights for them against the Mitzrayim. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Stretch out at your hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon Mitzrayim, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. And Moshe stretched forth at his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength when the morning appeared. And the Mitzrayim fled against it, and Yahuwah overthrew at the Mitzrayim in the midst of the sea. And the waters returned, and covered at the chariots, and at the horsemen, and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of Yashara'el walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea. And the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Then Yahuwah saved at Yashara'el that day out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and Yashara'el saw at the Mitzrayim dead upon the seashore. And Yashara'el saw at that great work which Yahuwah did upon the Mitzrayim. And the people feared at Yahuwah, and believed Yahuwah, and his servant Moshe. Shemot, Exodus 15. Then sang Moshe and the children of Yashara'el at this song unto Yahuwah, and spoke, saying, I will sing unto Yahuwah, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. Yah is my strength and song, and he has become my Yahshua. He is my El, and I will prepare him a habitation. My father's Elohim, and I will exalt him. Yahuwah is a man of war. Yahuwah is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host has he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Yahuwah, is become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Yahuwah, has dashed in pieces the enemy. And in the greatness of your excellency, you have overthrown them that rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The floods stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw my sword. My hand shall destroy them. You blew with your ruach. The sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto you, O Yahuwah, among the Elohim? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? You stretched out your right hand. The earth swallowed them. You, in your mercy, have led forth the people which you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength unto your holy habitation. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Pelesheth. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of the Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of your arm, they shall be as still as a stone, till your people pass over, O Yahuwah, till the people pass over which you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahuwah, which you have made for you to dwell in the sanctuary, O Adonai, which your hands have established. Yahuwah shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea. And Yahuwah brought again at the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Yashara'el went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aharon, took at a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered them, saying, Sing ye to Yahuwah, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. So Moshe brought at Yashara'el from the Red Sea. They went out into the wilderness of Shur, and they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moshe, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried unto El Yahuwah, and Yahuwah showed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. And there he made for them a statute and an ordinance. And there he proved them and said, If you will diligently hearken to the voice of Yahuwah Elohim, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and guard all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon the Mitzrayim, for I am Yahuwah Rofe'ka, And they came to Elim, where were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees. And they encamped there by the waters. Shemot, Exodus 16. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the assembly of the children of Yashar'el came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai. On the 15th day of the 2nd month, after their departing out of the land of Mitzrayim, and the whole assembly of the children of Yashar'el murmured against Moshe and Aharon in the wilderness. And the children of Yashar'el said unto them, Would to Elohim we had died by the hand of Yahuwah in the land of Mitzrayim, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill at this whole assembly with hunger. Then said Yahuwah unto Moshe, Behold, I will rain bread from the heavens for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my Torah or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare at that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moshe and Aharon said unto all the children of Yashar'el, At evening then ye shall know that Yahuwah has brought you out from the land of Mitzrayim. And in the morning then ye shall see at the glory of Yahuwah, for that he hears at your murmurings against Yahuwah. And what are we that ye murmur against us? And Moshe said, This shall be when Yahuwah shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full. For that Yahuwah hears your murmurings, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? At your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. And Moshe spoke unto Aharon, Say unto all the assembly of the children of Yashar'el, Come near before Yahuwah, for he has heard at your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aharon spoke unto the whole assembly of the children of Yashar'el, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yahuwah appeared in the cloud. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, I have heard at the murmurings of the children of Yashar'el. Speak unto them, saying, At evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. And ye shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohechem. And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered at the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoar frost on the ground. And when the children of Yashar'el saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, for they knew not what it was. And Moshe said unto them, This is the bread which Yahuwah has given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahuwah has commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man. According to the number of your persons, take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Yashar'el did so and gathered, some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moshe said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moshe. But some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moshe was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the assembly came and told Moshe. And he said unto them, This is that which Yahuwah has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Shabbat unto Yahuwah. At bake that which ye will bake today, and at seethe that ye will seethe, and at that which remains over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up till the morning, as Moshe bade, and it bade not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moshe said, Eat that today, for today is a Shabbat unto Yahuwah. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, How long refuse ye to guard my commandments and my Torah? See, for that Yahuwah has given you the Shabbat. Therefore, he gives you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Yashar'el called at the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahuwah commands. Fill an omer of it, to be kept for your generations, that they may see at the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said unto Aharon, Take a pot, and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahuwah, to be kept for your generations, as Yahuwah commanded Moshe. So Aharon laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Yashar'el did eat at manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is the 10th part of an ephah. Shemot, Exodus 17. And all the assembly of the children of Yashara'el journeyed from the wilderness of Sin after their journeys, according to the commandment of Yahuwah, and pitched in Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moshe and said, Give us water that we may drink. And Moshe said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye tempt at Yahuwah? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moshe and said, Wherefore is this that you have brought us up out of Mitzrayim to kill us and at our children and at our cattle with thirst? And Moshe cried unto HalleluYAH, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Go on before the people, and take with you of the elders of Yashara'el, and your rod, wherewith you smote at the river. Take in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Chorev. And you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Yashara'el. And he called the name of the place Macha and Meriavah, because of the chiding of the children of Yashara'el, because they tempted at Yahuwah, saying, Is Yahuwah among us or not? Then came Amalek and fought with Yashara'el in Rephidim. And Moshe said unto Yahushua, Choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahushua did as Moshe had said unto him, said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moshe, Aharon, and Chur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Yashara'el prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moshe's hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aharon and Chur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side, and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Yahushua discomfited at Amalek and at his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Write this for a memorial in a sefer, and rehearse it in the ears of Yahusha. For I will utterly put out at the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens. And Moshe built an altar and called the name of it Yahuwah Nisi. For he said, because Yah has sworn that Yahuwah will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Shemot, Exodus 18. When Yitro, the priest of Midian, El Moshe's father-in-law, heard of all that Elohim had done for Moshe and for Yashara'el, his people, and that Yahuwah had brought Yashara'el out of Mitzrayim, then Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took Tzipporah, Moshe's woman, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I've been an alien in a strange land. And the name of the other was Eliezer, for the Elohim of my father, said he, was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and his woman unto Moshe into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of Elohim. And he said unto Moshe, I, your father-in-law, Yitro, am come unto you, and your woman, and her 2 sons with her. And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance, and kissed him, and they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yahuwah had done unto Pharaoh, and to the Mitzrayim for Yashara'el's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yahuwah delivered them. And Yitro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yahuwah had done to Yashara'el, whom he had delivered out of the hand of Mitzrayim. And Yitro said, Blessed be Yahuwah, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered us the people from under the hand of the Mitzrayim. Now I know that Yahuwah is greater than all Elohim, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. And Aharon came, and all the elders of Yashara'el, to eat bread with Moshe's father-in-law before Elohim. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moshe from the morning unto the evening. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that you do to the people? Why sit you yourself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning unto evening? And Moshe said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of Elohim, when they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of Elohim, and his Torah. And Moshe's father-in-law said unto him, The thing that you do is not good. You will surely wear away both you and this people that is with you. for this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give you counsel, and Elohim shall be with you. Be for the people to Elohimward, that you may bring at the causes unto Elohim. And you shall teach them at ordinances and at Torah, and shall show them at the way wherein they must walk, and at the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s and rulers of 10s. And let them judge the people at all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easier for yourself, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do at this thing, and Elohim command you so, then you shall be able to endure. And all this people shall also go to their place in peace. So Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Yashara'el, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And they judged at the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moshe let at his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Shemot, Exodus 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of Yashara'el were gone forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness. And there Yashara'el camped before the mount. And Moshe went up unto Elohim, and Yahuwah called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shall you say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yashara'el, Ye have seen what I did unto the Mitzrim, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and guard at my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak unto the children of Yashara'el. And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces at all these words which Yahuwah commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahuwah has spoken, we will do. And Moshe returned at the words of the people unto Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and believe you forever. And Moshe told at the words of the people unto Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day Yahuwah will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds unto at the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall be surely put to death. There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the shofar sounds long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moshe went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified at the people. And they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the third day. Come not at your women. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning, that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the shofar exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moshe brought forth at the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim. And they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Yahuwah descended upon it in fire. And the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace. And the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the shofar sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Moshe spoke, and Elohim answered him by a voice. And Yahuwah came down upon Mount Sinai, on the top of the mount. And Yahuwah called Moshe up to the top of the mount. And Moshe went up. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto Yahuwah to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also, which come near to Yahuwah, sanctify themselves, lest Yahuwah break forth upon them. And Moshe said unto Yahuwah, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you charged us, saying, Set bounds about at the mount, and sanctify it. And Yahuwah said unto him, Away, get you down, and you shall come up, you and Ahran with you. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto Yahuwah, lest he break forth upon them. So Moshe went down unto the people, and spoke unto them. Shemot, Exodus 20. And Elohim spoke at all these words, saying, I am Yahuwah Eloheka, which have brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make unto you any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down yourself to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahuwah, Eloheka, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me, and guard my commandments. You shall not take at the name of Yahuwah Eloheka in vain, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless at that takes at his name in vain. Remember at the day of the holy Shabbat. Six days shall you labor and do all your work. But the seventh day is the Shabbat of Yahuwah Eloheka. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahuwah made at the heavens, and at the earth, at the sea, and at all that is in them, rather, all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahuwah blessed at the day of Shabbat, and hallowed it. Honor at your father and at your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yahuwah Eloheka gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not break wedlock. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's woman, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is in your neighbor's, rather, nor anything that is your neighbor's. And all the people saw at the thunderings, and at the lightnings, and at the noise of the shofar, and at the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moshe, Speak with us, and we will hear, but let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said unto the people, Fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moshe drew near unto the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Thus you shall say unto the children of Yashara'el, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me Elohim of silver, neither shall ye make unto you Elohim of gold. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon at your burnt offerings, and at your peace offerings, at your sheep, and at your oxen. In all places where I record at my name, I will come unto you, and I will bless you. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone. For if you lift up your tool upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up by steps unto my altar, that your nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shemot, Exodus 21. Now these are the judgments which you shall set before them. If you obtain an Ivri servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his woman shall go out with him. If his master have given him a woman, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love at my master, at my woman, and at my children, I will not go out free. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost. And his master shall pierce at his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man surrenders at his daughter to be a maid servant, she shall not go out as the men servants do, if she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself. Then shall he let her be redeemed, to surrender her unto a strange nation. He shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another woman, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these 3 unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He that smites a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. And he that smites his father, or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one smite at another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keeps his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be innocent. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite at his servant or at his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished, according as the woman's man will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. And if any mischief follow, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man smite at the eye of his servant, and at the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth, his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore at a man or at a woman, and that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten. But the owner of the ox shall be innocent. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past, and it has been testified to his owner, and he has not kept him in, but that he has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him, whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall if the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give money unto the owner of them. The dead beast shall be his. And if at the ox of one man hurts at the ox of another, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide at the money of it. And at the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, and his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. Shemot, Exodus 22. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out, and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of grain, or the standing grain, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled at the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to guard, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of transgression, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenges to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to guard, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahuwah be between them both, that he has not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. And the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his woman. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lies with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifices unto any Elohim, save unto Yahuwah only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. My wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your women shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people, that is poor by you, you shall not be to him as an usurer, neither shall you lay upon him usury. If you at all take your neighbor's raiment to pledge, you shall deliver it unto him by that the sun goes down. For that is his covering only, it is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. You shall not revile the Elohim, nor curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruits, and of your liquors. The firstborn of your sons shall you give unto me. Likewise shall you do with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day you shall give it me. And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. Shemot, Exodus 23. You shall not raise a false report. Put not your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shall you speak in a cause to decline after many, to pervert judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass go astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that hates you lying under his burden and would forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in his cause. Keep far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay you not, for I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. Also, you shall not oppress a stranger, for ye know at the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. And 6 years you shall sow at your land, and shall gather in at the fruits thereof. But The 7th year you shall let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with your vineyard and with your olive yard. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may rest, and the son of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be guarded, and make no mention of the name of other Elohim, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall guard at the feast of matzah. You shall eat matzah 7 days, as I commanded you, in the time appointed of the month Aviv. For in it you came out from Mitzrayim, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of Shavuot, the first fruits of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the feast of Kukkoth, which is in the end of the year, when you have gathered in at your labors out of the field. 3 times in the year, all your males shall appear before Adonai Yahuwah. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with chametz, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to guard you in the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you shall indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be at an enemy unto your enemies, and at an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you, and bring you in unto the Amorim, and the Chittim, and the Perizim, and the Canaanim, and the Chivrim, and the Yevusim, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their Elohim, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve at Yahuwah Elohechem, and he shall bless at your bread and at your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in your land. At the number of your days I will fulfill. I will send at my fear before you, and will destroy at all the people to whom you shall come. And I will make at all your enemies turn their backs unto you. And I will send at hornets before you, which shall drive out at the Shavi, at the Kenaini, and at the Chitti from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beast of the field multiply against you. By little and little I will drive them out from before you, until you be increased and inherit at the land. And I will set at your bounds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Pelishtim, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall cut no covenant with them, nor with their Elohim. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve at their Elohim, it will surely be a snare unto you. Shemot, Exodus 24. And he said unto Moshe, come up unto HalleluYAH, you and Aharon, Nadav and Avihu, and 70 of the elders of Yashara'el, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come near HalleluYAH, but they shall not come nigh. Neither shall the people go up with him. And Moshe came and told the people at all the words of Yahuwah, and at all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice. And he said, all the words which Yahuwah has said will we do. And Moshe wrote at all the words of Yahuwah, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Yashara'el. He sent at young men of the children of Yashara'el, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahuwah. And Moshe took half of the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the Sefer of the covenant and read in the audience of the people. And they said, all that Yahuwah has said, has said, will we do, and be obedient. And Moshe took at the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which Yahuwah has cut with you concerning all these words. Then went up Moshe and Aharon, Nadav and Avihu, and 70 of the elders of Yashara'el. And they saw at the Elohim of Yashara'el. There was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Yashara'el he laid not his hand. Also they saw at Elohim, and did eat and drink. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, come up to me into the mount and be there. And I will give you at sapphire stones and a Torah and commandments which I have written, that you may teach them. And Moshe rose up, and his minister Yahusha, and Moshe went up into the mount of Elohim. And he said unto the elders, tarry ye here for us until we come again unto you. And behold, Aaron and Chori are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moshe went up into the mount, and a cloud covered at the mount. And the glory of Yahuwah abode upon Mount Sinai. And the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moshe out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of Yahuwah was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Yashara'el. And Moshe went into the midst of the cloud and got him up into the mount. And Moshe was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Shemot, Exodus 25. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Yashara'el, that they bring me an offering of every man that gives it willingly with his heart. Ye shall take at my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them: gold and silver and brass and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and ram's skins dyed red and badger's skins and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil and for sweet incense, onyx stones and stones to be set in the ephod and in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. And according to all that I show you, after at the pattern of the tabernacle, and at the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, within and without shall you overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put at the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, that at the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark. They shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark at the testimony which I shall give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, of beaten work shall you make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat, and make 1 cherub on the one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy seat shall ye make at the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put at the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark you shall put at the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I will give you in commandment unto the children of Yashar'el. You shall also make a table of shittim wood, 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and 1 cubit the breadth thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of a handbreadth round about, and you shall make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And you shall make for it 4 rings of gold, and put at the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves to bear at the table. And you shall make at the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that at the table may be borne with them. And you shall make the dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof, to cover withal. Of pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table showbread before me always. And you shall make me a menorah of pure gold. Of beaten work shall the menorah be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knop and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knop and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of the menorah, and in the menorah shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knops and their flowers. And there shall be a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the menorah. Their knops and their branches shall be of the same, and it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make at the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light at the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all these vessels. And look that you make them after their pattern, which was showed you in the mount. Shemot, Exodus 26. Moreover, you shall make at the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet. With cherubim of cunning work shall you make them. The length of one curtain shall be 8 and 20 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together, one to another, and other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And you shall make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain, from the selve edge in the coupling. And likewise shall you make in the uttermost edge of another curtain, in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And you shall make 50 tacks of gold, and couple at the curtains together with the tacks, and it shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of goat's hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And you shall couple at 5 curtains by themselves, and at 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double at the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which couples the second. And you shall make at 50 tacks of brass, and put the tacks into the loops, and couple at the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remains of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that which remains in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and on that side to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent of rams' skins dyed red, and a covering above of badgers' skins. And you shall make at the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and 1.5 cubits shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shall you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And you shall make at the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards on the south side southward. And you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, on the north side, there shall be 20 boards. And there are 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, you shall make 6 boards. And 2 boards shall you make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath. They shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle, for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. And you shall overlay at the boards with gold, and make at their rings of gold for places for the bars. And you shall overlay at the bars with gold. And you shall rear up at the tabernacle, according to the fashion thereof, which was showed you in the mount. And you shall make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work. With cherubim shall it be made. And you shall hang it upon 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold upon the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up at the veil under the tacks, that you may bring in thither within the veil at the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put at the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set at the table without the veil, and at the menorah over against the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south. And you shall put the table on the north side, and you shall make a hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold. And you shall cast 5 sockets of brass for them. Shemot, Exodus 27. And you shall make at an altar of shittim wood 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and you shall overlay it with brass. And you shall make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof you shall make of brass. And you shall make for it a grate of network of brass. And upon the net shall you make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shall you make it, as it was showed you in the mount, so shall they make it. And you shall make at the court of the tabernacle, for the south side southward, there shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen, of 100 cubits long for one side. And the 20 pillars thereof and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side in length, there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars and their 20 sockets of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be a hanging of 20 cubits of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filled with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere. And the height 5 cubits of fine twined linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle, in all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. And you shall command at the children of Yashara'el that they bring you pure oil, olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the assembly without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aharon and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before Yahuwah. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Yashara'el. Shemot, Exodus 28. And take unto you at Aharon your brother, and at his sons with him, from among the children of Yashara'el, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aharon, Nadav, and Avihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, and Aharon's sons. And you shall make holy garments for Aharon your brother, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the Ruach Chochmah, that they may make at Aharon's garments, to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, and an ephod, and a robe, and a broidered coat, a turban, and a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aharon your brother, and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take at gold, and at blue, and at purple, and at scarlet, and at fine linen. And they shall make at the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen, with cunning work. It shall have the 2 shoulder pieces thereof, joined at the 2 edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the belt of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and of purple, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And you shall take at 2 onyx stones, Engrave on them the names of the children of Yashara'el, 6 of their names on one stone, and at the other 6 names on the rest of the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shall you engrave the 2 stones, with the names of the children of Yashara'el. You shall make them to be set in ouches of gold, and you shall put at the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod, for stones of memorial unto the children of Yashara'el. And Aharon shall bear at their names before Yahuwah upon his 2 shoulders, for a memorial. And you shall make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends. Of wreathen work shall you make them, and fasten at the wreathen chains to the ouches. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod you shall make it, of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shall you make it. 4 square it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. And you shall set in it settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Yashara'el, 12, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall they be, according to the 12 tribes. And you shall make upon the breastplate chains at the ends of the wreathen work, rather, at the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. And you shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold. You shall put at the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And you shall put at the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And at the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains you shall fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold you shall make, and shall put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they shall bind at the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it may be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aharon shall bear at the names of the children of Yashara'el in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the holy place, for a memorial before Yahuwah continually. And you shall put in the breastplate of judgment at the Urim and at the Tumim, and they shall be upon Aharon's heart when he goes in before Yahuwah. And Aharon shall bear at the judgment of the children of Yashara'el upon his heart before Yahuwah continually. And you shall make at the robe of the ephod all of blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it, in the midst thereof. It shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as it were the whole of a habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath, upon the hem of it, you shall make pomegranates of blue and of purple and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aharon to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes in unto the holy place before Yahuwah, and when he comes out, that he die not. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it, like the engravings of a signet, holiness to Yahuwah. And you shall put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the turban, upon the forefront of the turban it shall be. And it shall be upon Aharon's forehead, that Aharon may bear at the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Yashara'el shall hallow in all their holy gifts. And it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahuwah. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the belt of needlework. And for Aharon's sons you shall make coats, and you shall make for them belts, and bonnets shall you make for them for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them upon Aharon's your brother, at Aharon your brother, and at his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate at them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness, from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aharon and upon his sons, when they come in unto the tabernacle of the assembly, or when they come near unto the altar, to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him. Shemot, Exodus 29. And this is the thing that you shall do unto them to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and matzah cakes tempered with oil, and matzah wafers anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shall you make them, and you shall put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket with at the bullock and at the 2 rams. And at Aharon and at his sons you shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall wash them with water. And you shall take at the garments, and put upon at Aharon the coat, and at the robe of the ephod, and at the ephod, and the at breastplate, and gird him with the belt of the ephod. And you shall put the turban upon his head, and put at the holy crown upon the turban. Then you shall take at the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And you shall bring at his sons, and put coats upon them. And you shall gird them with belts. Aharon and his sons, and put the bonnets on them, and the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aharon and his sons, and you shall cause at a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon and his sons shall put at their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill at the bullock before Yahuwah by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And you shall take of the blood of the bullock and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour at all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take at all the fat that covers at the inwards, and at the caul that is above the liver, and at the 2 kidneys, and at the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But at the flesh of the bullock, and at his skin, and at his dung, shall you burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. And you shall also take at 1 ram, and Aharon and his sons shall put at their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall slay at the ram, and you shall take at his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And you shall cut at the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him and his legs, and put them unto his pieces and unto his head. And you shall burn at the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahuwah. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And you shall take at the other ram, and Aharon and his sons shall put at their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shall you kill at the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aharon, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle at the blood upon the altar round about. And you shall take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aharon, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, and at the fat that covers at the inwards, and at the caul above the liver, and at the 2 kidneys, and at the fat that is upon them, and at the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the matzah that is before Yahuwah. And you shall put all in the hands of Aharon, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahuwah. And you shall receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahuwah. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And you shall take at the breast of the ram of Aharon's consecration and wave it for a wave offering before Yahuwah, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify at the breast of the wave offering, and at the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aharon, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aharon's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Yashara'el. For it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Yashara'el, of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahuwah. And the holy garments of Aharon shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days when he comes into the tabernacle of the assembly to minister in the holy place. And you shall take at the ram of the consecration and at seethe his flesh in the holy place. And Aharon and his sons shall eat at the flesh of the ram and at the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify at them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto the morning, then you shall burn at the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shall you do unto Aharon and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded you. 7 days shall you consecrate them, and you shall offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement. And you shall cleanse the altar when you have made an atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days you shall make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which you shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. At the one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and at the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And with the one lamb, a 10th deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine for a drink offering. And at the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahuwah, where I will meet you to speak there unto you. And there I will meet with the children of Yashara'el and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify at the tabernacle of the assembly and at the altar. I will sanctify also both at Aharon and at his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Yashara'el and will be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohehem, that brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that I may dwell among them. I am Yahuwah Elohehem. Shemot, Exodus 30. And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. A shittim wood shall you make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be. And 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same, and you shall overlay it with pure gold at the top thereof, and at the sides thereof round about, and at the horns thereof. And you shall make unto it a crown of gold round about, and 2 golden rings shall you make to it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof. Upon the 2 sides of it shall you make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And you shall make at the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil, that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with you. And Aharon shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning when he dresses at the lamps. He shall burn incense upon it. And when Aharon lights at the lamps at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahuwah throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering. Neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aharon shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahuwah. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, when you take at the sum of the children of Yashara'el after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Yahuwah, when you number them. That there be no plague among them when you number them. This they shall give. Every one that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs. A half shekel shall be the offering of Yahuwah. Everyone that passes among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto Yahuwah. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel when they give at an offering unto Yahuwah to make an atonement for your souls. And you shall take at the atonement money of the children of Yashara'el, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Yashara'el before Yahuwah, to make an atonement for your souls. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, You shall also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And you shall put it between the tabernacle of the assembly and the altar, and you shall put water in it, rather therein. For Aharon and his sons shall wash at their hands and at their feet thereat, when they go into the tabernacle of the assembly. They shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. And it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations. Moreover, Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take also unto you principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus 250 shekels, and of cassia 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of oil olive, a hin. And you shall make it an oil of holy atonement, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be a holy anointing oil. And you shall anoint at the tabernacle of the assembly therewith, and at the ark of the testimony, and at the table, and at all his vessels, and at the menorah, and at his vessels, and at the altar of incense, and at the altar of burnt offering, with at all his vessels, and at the laver, and at his foot. And you shall sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touches them shall be holy. And you shall anoint at Aharon and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall speak unto the children of Yashara'el, saying, This shall be a holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall ye make any other like it, after the composition of it. It is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compounds any like it, or whosoever puts any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Take unto you sweet spices, stakte, and oncha, and galbanum, these sweet spices with pure frankincense. Of each shall there be a like weight, and you shall make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And you shall beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the assembly, where I will meet with you, It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which you shall make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto you holy for Yahuwah. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people. Shemot, Exodus 31. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, See, I have called by name, Betzalel, the son of Uri, the son of Chori, of the tribe of Yehudah. And I have filled him with the Ruach Elohim, in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And I, behold, I have given with him at HalleluYAH, the son of Achiach Kamak, of the tribe of Dan. And in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make at all that I have commanded you. At the tabernacle of the assembly, and at the ark of the testimony, and at the mercy seat that is thereupon, and at all the furniture of the tabernacle, and at the table, and at his furniture, and at the pure menorah, with at all his furniture, and at the altar of incense, and at the altar of burnt offering, with at all his furniture, and at the laver, and at his foot, and at the clothes of service, and at the holy garments for Aharon the priest, and at the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office, and at the anointing oil, and at sweet incense for the holy place. According to all that I have commanded you shall they do. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak also unto the children of Yashara'el, saying, Truly at my Shabbath ye shall guard, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that you may know that I am Yahuwah, Melchizedek Hem. Ye shall guard at the Shabbat, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defiles it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the 7th is the Shabbat of rest, holy to Yahuwah. Whosoever does any work in the Shabbat, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Yashara'el shall guard at the Shabbat, to do at the Shabbat throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Yashara'el forever. For in 6 days Yahuwah made at the heavens and at the earth, and on the 7th day he rested, and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moshe, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 sapphires of testimony, sapphire stones, written with the finger of Elohim. Shemot, Exodus 32. And when the people saw that Moshe delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aharon, and said unto him, Up, make us Elohim, which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what is become of him. And Aharon said unto them, Break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your women, of your sons and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people broke off at the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aharon. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These be your Elohim, O Yashara'el, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And when Aharon saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aharon made proclamation and said, Tomorrow is a feast to Yahuwah. They rose up early in the morrow and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Go, get you down, for your people, which you brought out of the land of Mitzrayim, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be your Elohim, O Yashara'el, which have brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, I have seen at this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them. And I will make of you a great nation. And Moshe et besought Yahuwah Elohehu, and said, Yahuwah, why does your wrath wax hot against your people, which you have brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Mitzrayim speak and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against your people. Remember Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yashara'el, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self, and said unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And Yahuwah repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moshe turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 sapphires of the testimony were in his hand. The sapphires were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written. And the sapphires were the work of Elohim, and the writing was the writing of Elohim, graven upon the sapphires. And when Yahusha heard at the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moshe, there is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw at the calf and the dancing, and Moshe's anger waxed hot, and he cast at the sapphires out of his hands and broke them beneath the mount. And he took at the calf which they had made and burnt it in the fire and ground it to powder and strawed it upon the water and made at the children of Yashara'el drink of it. And Moshe said unto Aharon, what did this people unto you that you have brought so great a sin upon them? And Aharon said, let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. You know at the people that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, make us Elohim, which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what is become of him. And I said unto them, whosoever has any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me. And then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Moshe saw at the people were naked, for Aharon had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies, then Moshe stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on Yahuwah's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus says Yahuwah Elohai of Yashara'el, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man at his brother, and every man at his companion, and every man at his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moshe, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moshe had said, consecrate yourselves today to Yahuwah, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe said unto the people, ye have sinned a great sin. And now I will go up unto Yahuwah. Perchance I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moshe returned unto Yahuwah and said, oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them Elohai of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray you, out of your sefer, which you have written. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my sefer. Therefore now go, lead at the people unto the place of which I have spoken unto you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them. And Yahuwah plagued at the people, because they made at the calf, which Aharon made.
I love cigars. Hallelujah. Thank you, Yah, for your cigars.
Shamot, Exodus 33. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Depart and go up hence, you and the people which you have brought up out of the land of Mitzrayim, unto the land which I swore unto Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, saying, Unto your seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out at the Canaanite, the Emori, and the Chitti, and the Perizi, and the Chivi, and the Yebusi, into a land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of you, for you are a stiff-necked people, lest I consume you in the way. And when the people heard after the evil report, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornaments. For Yahuwah had said unto Moshe, Say unto the children of Yashara'el, Ye are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of you in a moment, and consume you. Therefore now put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you. And the children of Yashara'el stripped themselves of their ornaments by the Mount Choreb. And Moshe took at the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the assembly. And it came to pass that everyone which sought Yahuwah went out unto the tabernacle of the assembly, which was without the camp. And it came to pass when Moshe went out unto the tabernacle, that all the people rose up and stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moshe until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moshe entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and Yahuwah talked with Moshe. And all the people saw at the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe face to face, as a man speaks unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp, but his servant Yahusha, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moshe said unto Yahuwah, See, you say unto me, Bring up at this people, and you have not let me know at whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I pray you, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now at your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight. And consider that this nation is your people. And he said, My presence shall go with you, and I will give you rest. And he said unto him, If your presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. For wherein shall it be known here that I and your people have found grace in your sight? Is it not in that you go with us? So shall we be separated, I and your people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, I will do at this thing also that you have spoken. For you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. And he said, I beseech you, show me at your glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of Yahuwah before you, and will be gracious to whom at I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom at I will show mercy. And he said, you cannot see at my face, for there shall no man see me and live. And Yahuwah said, behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in a cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away at my hand, and you shall see shall see at my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Shemot, Exodus 34. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, hew you 2 sapphire stones like unto the first, and I will write upon these sapphires the words that were in the first sapphires, which you broke. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to meet in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with you, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount. Neither let the flocks nor the herds feed before that mount. And he hewed 2 sapphire stones like unto the first. And Moshe rose up early in the morning, and went up unto Mount Sinai, as Yahuwah had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 sapphire stones. And Yahuwah descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of Yahuwah. And Yahuwah passed by before him, and proclaimed, Yahuwah, Yahuwah El, merciful and gracious, long-suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and upon the children's children, unto the 3rd and to the 4th generation. And Moshe made haste and bowed his head toward the earth and worshipped. And he said, if now I have found grace in your sight, O Adonai, let my Adonai, I pray you, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. And he said, behold, I cut a covenant. Before all your people I will do wonders, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation. And all the people among which you are shall see at the work of Yahuwah. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with you. Guard at that which I command you this day. Behold, I drive out before you at the Amori, and the Canaani, and the Chitti, and the Perizzite, and the Chivi, and the Yebusi. Take heed to yourself, lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither you go, lest it be for a snare in the midst of you. But ye shall destroy at their altars, break at their images, and cut down at their Asherah poles. For you shall worship no other El. For Yahuwah, whose name is jealous, is a jealous El. Lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a-whoring after their Elohim, and do sacrifice unto their Elohim, and once call you, you eat of his sacrifice. and take of their daughters unto your sons, and their daughters go a-whoring after their Elohim, and make your sons go a-whoring after their Elohim. You shall make no molten Elohim. The feast of matzah shall you guard. 7 days you shall eat matzah, as I commanded you, in the time of the month of Aviv. For in the month of Aviv you came out from Mitzrayim. All that opens the womb is mine, and every firstling among your cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you redeem him not, then shall you break his neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In earing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of Shavuot, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of Sukkot at the year's end. Thrice in the year shall all your men children appear before Adonai Yahuwah, the Elohai of Yashara'el. For I will cast out the nations before you, and enlarge at your borders. Neither shall any man desire at your land, when you shall go up to appear before Yahuwah Eloheka, thrice in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Pikach be left unto the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring unto the house of Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, write at these words, for after the tenor of these words I have cut a covenant with you and with Yashara'el. And he was there with Yahuwah 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the sapphires the words of the covenant, the 10 Devarim. And it came to pass, when Moshe came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 sapphires of testimony in Moshe's hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moshe knew not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with them. And when Aharon and all the children of Yashara'el saw at Moshe, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him. And Moshe called unto them, and Aharon and all the rulers of the assembly returned unto him, and Moshe talked with them. And afterward all the children of Yashara'el came nigh, and he gave them in commandment at all that Yahuwah had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. Until Moshe had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But when Moshe went in before Yahuwah to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And he came out and spoke unto the children of Yashara'el at which he was commanded. And the children of Yashara'el saw at the face of Moshe that the skin of Moshe's face shone. And Moshe put the veil upon his face again, until he went in to speak with him. Shemot, Exodus 35. And Moshe gathered at all the assembly of the children of Yashara'el together, and said unto them, These are the words which Yahuwah has commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done. But on the 7th day there shall be to you a holy day, a Shabbat of rest to Yahuwah. Whosoever does work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Shabbat. And Moshe spoke unto all the assembly of the children of Yashara'el, saying, This is the thing which Yahuwah commanded, saying, Take ye from among you an offering unto Yahuwah. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it. At an offering of Yahuwah, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and rams' skins dyed red, and badgers' skins, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate. And every wise-hearted among you shall come, and make at all that Yahuwah has commanded, at the tabernacle, at his tent, and at his covering, at his tacks, and at his boards, and at his bars, and at his pillars, and at his sockets, at the ark, and at the staves thereof, with at the mercy seat, and at the veil of the covering, at the table, and at his staves, and at all his vessels, and at the showbread, at the menorah, also for the light, and at his furniture, and at his lamps, and at the oil for the light, and at the incense altar, and at his staves, and at the anointing oil, and at the sweet incense, and at the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle, at the altar of burnt offering, with at his brazen gate, rather great, at his staves, and at all his vessels, at the laver, and at his foot, at the hangings of the court, his pillars and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the court. The pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords, the cloths of service to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aharon the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office, and all the assembly of the children of Yashara'el departed from the presence of Moshe. And they came, everyone whose heart stirred him up, and everyone whom his ruach made willing. And they brought Yahuwah's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the assembly, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets and earrings and rings and tablets, all jewels of gold. And every man that offered an offering of gold unto Yahuwah. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and red skins of rams and badgers' skins brought them. Everyone that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought at Yahuwah's offering, and every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which they had spun. both et of blue, and et of purple, and et of scarlet, and et of fine linen. And all the women whose hearts stirred them up in wisdom spun et goat's hair. And the rulers brought et onyx stones and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate, and et spice and et oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. The children of Yashara'el brought a willing offering unto Yahuwah, every man and woman whose heart made them willing to bring for all manner of work, which Yahuwah had commanded to be made by the hand of Moshe. And Moshe said unto the children of Yashara'el, See, Yahuwah has called by name Betzalel, the son of Uri, the son of Chori, the tribe of Yehudah. And he has filled him with the Ruach Elohim in wisdom, in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, and to devise curious works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in the cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he has put in his heart that he may teach, both he and HalleluYAH, the son of Achiachamak of the tribe of Dan. Them has he filled with wisdom of heart, to make work all manner of work of the engraver, and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer, in blue, and in purple, and in scarlet, and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Shemot, Exodus 36. Then wrought Betzalel and Oholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whom Yahuwah put wisdom and understanding, to know how to work at all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that Yahuwah had commanded. And Moshe called Betzalel and Oholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whose heart Yahuwah had put wisdom, even every one whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work, to do it. And they received of Moshe at all the offering which the children of Yashara'el had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it withal. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise men that wrought at all the work of the sanctuary came every man from his work which they made. And they spoke unto Moshe, saying, The people bring much more than enough for the service of the work which Yahuwah commanded to make. And Moshe gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, Let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing, for the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, with cherubim of cunning work made he them. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size. And he coupled that to the 5 curtains, one unto another. And the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain, from the selvage in the coupling. Likewise he made in the uttermost side of another curtain, in the coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain, which was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. And he made 50 tacks of gold, and coupled at the curtains, one unto another with the tacks. So it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain was 50 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. The 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled it to the 5 curtains by themselves, and at 6 curtains by themselves. He made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling. And 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain, which couples the second. And he made 50 tacks of brass to couple at the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of rams' skins dyed red, and the covering of badgers' skins above that. And he made at the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made at the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards for the south side southward, and 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards. 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards. And there are 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards. And 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. They were coupled beneath and coupled together at the head thereof to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both the corners. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver. Under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle for the sides westward. And he made at the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. And he overlaid at the boards with gold, and made at their rings of gold to be places for the bars, and overlaid at the bars with gold. And he made at the veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. With cherubim made he it of cunning work. And he made thereunto 4 pillars of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. He made a hanging for the tabernacle door of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of needlework. And at the 5 pillars of it, with at their hooks. And he overlaid their chapters and their fillets with gold. But their 5 sockets were of brass. Shemot Exodus 37. And Bezalel made at the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. And he overlaid it with pure gold, within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it. And he made staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he put at the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, to bear at the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubim of gold. Beaten out of 1 piece made he them, on the 2 ends of the mercy seat. 1 cherub on the end of this side, and another cherub on the other end of that side. Out of the mercy seat made he at the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their faces one to another. Even to the mercy seatward were the faces of the cherubim. And he made at the table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and 1 cubit the breadth thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of a handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put at the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear at the table. And he made at the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold, to bear at the table. And he made at the vessels which were upon the table, and at his dishes, and at his spoons, and at his bowls, and at his covers, to cover withal of pure gold. And he made at the menorah pure gold, of beaten work made he at the menorah. His shaft, and his branch, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers were of the same. And 6 branches going out of the sides thereof, 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side thereof. 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds in one branch, and a knot and a flower. 3 bowls made like almonds in another branch, a knot and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the menorah. And in the menorah were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knops and his flowers, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knots and their branches were of the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. And he made at his 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his snuff dishes of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold made he it, and at all the vessels thereof. And he made at the incense altar of shittim wood. The length of it was 1 cubit, and the breadth of it 8 cubit. It was 4 square. And 2 cubits was the height of it. The horns thereof were of the same, and he overlaid it with pure gold, both at the top of it and at the sides thereof round about, and at the horns of it. Also he made unto it a crown of gold round about, and he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, to be places for the staves to bear it withal. And he made at the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made at the holy anointing oil and at the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. Shemot, Exodus 38. And he made at the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits the breadth thereof. It was 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same, and he overlaid it with brass. And he made at all the vessels of the altar, at the pots, and at the shovels, and at the basins, and at the flesh hooks, and at the fire pans. All the vessels thereof made he of brass. And he made for the altar a brazen grate of network under the compass thereof, beneath unto the midst of it. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of brass, to be places for the staves. And he made up the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put at the staves into the rings on the sides of the altar, to bear it withal. He made the altar hollow with boards. And he made at the laver of brass, and at the foot of it of brass, of the looking glasses of the women assembling, which assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he made at the court, on the south side southward, the hangings of the court were of fine twined linen, 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side the hangings were 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits. Their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the east side eastward 50 cubits. The hangings of the one side of the gate were 15 cubits. Their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and on that hand, were hangings of 15 cubits. Their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. All the hangings of the court round about were of fine twined linen, and the sockets for the pillars were of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters of silver, and all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And 20 cubits was the length. The height in the breadth was 5 cubits, answerable to the hangings of the court. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of brass 4. Their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters and their fillets of silver, and all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court round about were of brass. This is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted, according to the commandment of Moshe, for the service of the Leviim, by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aharon the priest. And Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Chori, of the tribe of Yehudah, made at all that Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And with him was HalleluYAH, son of Akikamak, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver, and a cunning workman, and an embroiderer in blue, and in purple, and in scarlet, and fine twined linen, and fine linen. All the gold that was occupied for the work, in all the work of the holy place, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents and 730 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver of them that were numbered of the assembly was 100 talents and 1,703 score and 15 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. A bekah for every man, that is, half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for every one that went to be numbered, from 20 years old and upward, were 600,000 and 3,550 men. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast at the sockets of the sanctuary, and at the sockets of the veil, 100 sockets of the 100 talents, a talent for a socket. And at of the 1,775 shekels, he made hooks for the pillars, and overlaid their chapiters, and filleted them. And the brass of the offering was 70 talents, and 2,400 shekels. And therewith he made at the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and at the brazen altar, and at the brazen gate for it, and all the vessels of the altar. And at the sockets of the court round about, and at the sockets of the court gate, and at all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. Shemot, Exodus 39. And of the blue and purple and scarlet, they made cloths of service to do service in the holy place, and made at the holy garments for Aaron and Yahuwah, rather as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he made at the ephod of gold, blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And they did beat at the gold into thin plates, and cut it into wires, to work it in the blue, and in the purple, and in the scarlet, and in the fine linen, with cunning work. They made shoulder pieces for it, to couple it together. By the two edges was it coupled together, and the belt of his ephod that was upon it was of the same, according to the work thereof, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And they wrought at onyx stones, enclosed in ouches of gold, graven, as signets are graven, with the names of the children of Yashara'el. And he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be stones, for a memorial to the children of Yashara'el, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he made at the breastplate of cunning work, like the work of the ephod, of gold, blue and purple, and scarlet, fine twined linen. It was foursquare. They made at the breastplates double. A span was the length thereof, and a span the breadth thereof, being doubled. And they set in it 4 rows of stones. The first row was a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This was the first row. And the second row, an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in ouches of gold in their enclosings. And the stones were according to the names of the children of Yashara'el, 12, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet, every one with his name, according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon the breastplate chains at the ends, of wreathen work of pure gold. And they made 2 ouches of gold, and 2 gold rings, and put at the 2 rings in the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. And at the 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains they fastened in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And they made 2 rings of gold, and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate, upon the border of it, which was on the side of the ephod inward. And they made 2 other golden rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart of it, over against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they did bind at the breastplate by his rings unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it might be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loosed from the ephod, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he made at the robe of the ephod of woven work, all of blue. There was a hole in the midst of the robe, as the hole of a habergeon, with a band round about the hole, that it should not rend. And they made upon the hems of the robe pomegranates of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and twined linen. And they made bells of pure gold, and put at the bells between the pomegranates upon the hem of the robe, round about between the pomegranates. A bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe to minister in, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And they made at coats of fine linen of woven work for Aharon and for his sons, and at a turban of fine linen, and at goodly bonnets of fine linen, and at linen breeches of fine twined linen, and at a belt of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, of needlework, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And they made at the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, and wrote upon it a writing, like to the engravings of a signet: Holiness to Yahuwah. And they tied unto it a lace of blue, to fasten it on high upon the turban, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. Thus was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly finished. And the children of Yashara'el did according to all that Yahuwah commanded at Moshe, so did they. And they brought at the tabernacle unto Moshe, at the tent, and at all his furniture, his tacks, his boards, his bars, and his pillars, and his sockets, and at the covering of rams' skins dyed red, and at the covering of badgers' skins, and at the veil of the covering, at the ark of the testimony, and at the staves thereof, and at the mercy seat, at the table, and at all the vessels thereof, and at the showbread, at the pure, with at the lamps there, even with the lamps to be set in her, and at all the vessels thereof, and at the oil for light, and at the golden altar, oil, and at the hanging for the tabernacle door, at the brazen altar, and at his grate of brass, at his staves, and at all his vessels, and rather at the laver, and at his foot, the hangings of the court, at his pillars, and at his sockets, and at the hanging for the court gate, at his cords, and at all the vessels of the service of the tabernacle, for the tent of the assembly, at the cloth service, to do service in the holy place, and at the holy garments for Aharon the priest, and at his son's garments, to minister in the priest's office, according to all that Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. So the children of Yashara'el made at all the work. And Moshe did look upon at all the work, and behold, they had done it, Yahuwah had commanded, even so had they done it. And Moshe blessed them. Shemot, Exodus 40. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, on the first day of the first month shall you set up at the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly, and you shall put therein at the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with at the veil. And you shall bring in at the table, and set at in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And you shall bring in at the menorah, and light at the lamps thereof. And you shall set at the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put at the hanging of the door to the tabernacle. And you shall set at the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly. And you shall set at the laver between the tent of the assembly and the altar, and shall put water therein. And you shall set up at the court round about, and hang up at the hanging at the court gate. And you shall take at the anointing oil, and anoint at the tabernacle, and at all that is therein, and shall hallow it, and at all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. And you shall anoint at the altar of the burnt offering, and at all his vessels, and sanctify the altar, and at it shall be an altar most holy. And you shall anoint at the laver, and at his foot, and sanctify it. And you shall bring at Aharon and at his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and wash them with water. And you shall put upon at Aharon at the holy garments, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall bring at his sons, and clothe them with coats. And you shall anoint them, as you anointed at their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus did Moshe, according to all that Yahuwah commanded him, so did he. And it came to pass in the first month, in the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And Moshe reared up at the tabernacle, and fastened at his sockets, and set up at the boards thereof, and put in at the bars thereof, and reared up at his pillars. And he spread abroad at the tent over the tabernacle, and put at the covering of the tent above upon it, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he took and put at the testimony into the ark, and set at the staves on the ark, and put at the mercy seat above upon the ark. And he brought at the ark into the tabernacle, and set up at the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he put at the table in the tent of the assembly, upon the side of the tabernacle northward, without the veil. And he set the bread in order upon it, before Yahuwah, as Yahuwah had commanded at Moshe. And he put at the menorah in the tent of the assembly, over against the table on the side of the tabernacle southward. And he lighted the lamps before Yahuwah, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he put at the golden altar in the tent of the assembly before the veil. And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he set up at the hanging at the door of the tabernacle. And he put at the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly, and offered upon it at the burnt offering and at the meat offering, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he set at the laver between the tent of the assembly and the altar, and put water there to wash withal. And Moshe and Aharon and his sons washed at their hands and at their feet thereat. When they went into the tent of the assembly, and when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as Yahuwah commanded at Moshe. And he reared up at the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, and set up at the hanging of the court gate. So Moshe finished at the work. Then a cloud covered at the tent of the assembly, and the glory of Yahuwah at the tabernacle. And the glory of Yahuwah filled at the tabernacle. And Moshe was not able to enter into the tent of the assembly, because the cloud above thereon, and the glory of Yahuwah filled at the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of Yashara'el went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of Yahuwah was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Yashara'el throughout all their journeys.
Ever eat your fruit again in the disciple.
Okay, that's it for that. Exodus is done. So now we get out of that. We're going to go to Leviticus. We'll start a new live stream. Get your Sefer now. Sefer.net, CEPHER.net. Code Helpology. What's the most helpful and simplest way that works? Hallelujah.